Can we put up the fish trap slide? Just keep it up for a minute. We have a picture. Those are the originals.
Those are just really old. That's why they're kind of dark and patina, I think. Yeah. Yeah. You know, play the artist slide.
Yes.
You see some of my other work.
Can we put up some of Mr. Kyocho's work up on the big screen? So all these works that you're seeing are by our guest artist, Trenton Kyocho. Trenton's the man in the black sweatshirt. Mr. Kyocho has been working in glass for 17 years. He's currently an instructor at the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools. Here in Tacoma, we have a glassblowing program in the public school. Nope, I didn't say that. No, he's a teacher there. So in addition to doing these blown pieces, Mr. Kyocho is a very skilled glass sculptor. You can see so the piece we're working on at the moment is one of these fish traps, modeled after the traditional Filipino fish traps. And this particular piece fell off the pipe into the glory hole, the round furnace. And it picked up a lot of crap from the bottom of the furnace. So we cooled it overnight. One of our cold workers ground off all the junk that stuck to it, and now we're going to finish it. So we've warmed it up again, put it back on the pipe, and now we're going to finish it. So this one is a rescue. So leading our team today is Gabe Feenan. He's one of our Museum of Glass glassblowers. He's been working glass for 26 years. And when we have our guest artists, they get the run of the shop, and they also get the assistance of our team of glassblowers. Gabe's going to push in a little bit. because the opening in the traditional fish traps goes in. You can see right there. Gabe is shaping the glass. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle across the top to keep everything nice and straight. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal pipe and we're going to put it in an oven called the annealer where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. The annealer is that big black oven over on the side. It's an electric oven. It has a computerized thermostat. So when we start the cooling process, it'll automatically turn the temperature down very slowly overnight, and that will prevent it from breaking. One of the glass blowers has put on some protective clothing. She's going to carry the finished piece to our annealing oven. Those big yellow gloves are made out of Kevlar. They'll protect her hands from the heat. When she grabs that piece, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard. We'll drip a few drops of water on the joint between the glass and the metal rod. Little tap will release it, and into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Does anybody have any questions? Okay, let me see if I have some samples here I can show you. Do you have a little chunk of that flat cane?
I stuck some on your.
Oh, okay. The flat cane. Oh, here it is. Here. Okay, we make these what we call flat cane. Make a rod that's flat like this and it has the stripes melted in. And then we arrange a little pattern with the checkerboard. And then we, let's see. If we have a good picture, no, probably not. We arrange it like a little mosaic. Then we heat that up till give it a squeeze till all the little parts stick together. Then we roll that into a tube. We close the end of the tube. Then we have a bubble with the mosaic pattern in it. We'll be doing something very similar shortly. So you'll see it happen in real time. So this next pattern that we're going to lay out is going to be made out of stripes. The rods are colored glass called cane, C-A-N-E. Mr. Kyocho is going to lay out the pattern. So every stripe that you see in one of Mr. Kyocho's pieces started out like this. These are called cane. So we stretch out a long, skinny rod, maybe 30, 40 feet long, and then we chop it up into these individual pencil-sized sections, and then lay it on that ceramic plate for our pattern. So Gabe's going to take that pattern and put it on that big steel rod called pastorale, and we're going to preheat it a little bit. So I'm guessing that some of you haven't been here before. So let's just give you a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So inside each one of them, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes, and we dip them into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let it harden, then we dip it in a second time or a third time. We just keep building up the glass in layers. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. If we're going to make an orange bowl, we'll blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We'll heat up a chunk of orange, and then we'll coat that clear bubble with the orange glass. So if you look to your right, you see Gabe has dipped his pipe into the molten glass. He's got a little bit on the end. If the steel pipes get hot, we take them over to that trough. That's called the pipe cooler. And we spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down. It makes it easier to hold. Could we put up picking up cane on a collar? So this is what we're going to do next. Gabe has coated the end of his pipe with a little bit of molten glass. That's called a collar, like a collar on your shirt. We're going to lay out our pattern of stripes on a little ceramic plate. And then we'll heat them up till they all stick together. And then we're going to roll it into a tube, close the end of the tube, and we'll have our stripe bubble. So Gabe in the center, in the maroon shirt, he's making the collar. Does anybody have any questions? So just to the left, Sayuri has taken our pattern out of the garage, the warming oven. Now we're going to get it good and hot. The oven that she's heating up the glass in is called the Glory Hole. It runs on natural gas, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. There's no glass in that oven. It's just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. So if you just came in, we're going to be making pieces like you see here on the pedestal. They're modeled after traditional Filipino fish traps, and Mr. Kyocho, our guest artist, is of Filipino descent. Is this? Okay, you guys know him? Yeah. My sympathies. No. We love Trent. So Sayuri at the center is heating up our pattern of colored rods of glass called cane, C-A-N-E. And each of the colored rods will become one stripe in the finished piece. So we're getting ready to make the big money move here. So here he's heating up our stripe pattern. Gabe over on the left in the maroon shirt. He's heating up our collar, and we're going to pick up our stripe pattern. This is the crucial move right here. So he rolls it up most of the way, and then he's going to bring the two sides together by hand so that they match up perfectly. Then we'll have a little tube with all the stripes in it. We'll close the end of that, and then we'll have a bubble, and we can blow that up into anything we want. The rods are called cane, and rolling it up like that is called a cane pickup.
You got time, Jack?
Gabe is shaping the glass on that table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R.
You got some cane in there? Duro and
As he rolls the glass on that table, he lets it drag a little bit, and as it drags, the canes are going to twist. So instead of going straight up and down, they'll spiral around the bubble. All glass looks orange when it's hot. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. Does anybody have any questions? A very small space to a very high temperature. When you heat your house, you're heating up a giant space to a low temperature.
Okay, yeah.
There's two kinds of furnaces. The glass furnaces stay on 24/7, the ones that have the tanks of molten glass. The glory holes, the round ones, those are only on during the working day. An hour. one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. We're going to add an additional layer of stripes. We're laying out the cane, the stripes, on that metal plate. And so these stripes are going to be spaced out, so they'll be like you see on this pattern here.
So I twisted those things and I stuffed it into a mold, pulled it, and then altered this.
What? To look at. They're cool to look at. So Gabe just went into the furnace and he coated that bubble with a fresh layer of hot molten glass. The glass that he added is clear glass, so you'll still see the pattern through it. Everything's very hot now, so everything looks bright orange. That's the glow from the heat. Over on the right, they're heating up the second layer of stripes. See on the end of that big long metal tube. The gray pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, paper doesn't burn, doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So now we're gonna put on the second layer of stripes. So we're gonna melt in that second layer of stripes. So we're going to get a design somewhat like this one over here. These darker lines, that's the second layer of stripes.
Do you have some more of your Shoki shirts? Yeah? Okay. Let me know when you have a large. I'll bring some cash in. Yeah. Sell them or something I can chuck? Oh, 50% wouldn't be enough?
So we're going to squeeze off the end of that, and that's going to draw the pattern together. If we just left them on the side, there'd be a little bald spot. And so when we squeeze it, it draws all the stripes in, and the pattern covers the entire object. So when we're making these fancy patterns, sometimes we save those little cutoffs. They become like a little cool souvenir. So the Sayuri, seated to the left of the workbench, she's the person that's blowing. Over to the right, Trenton Kyocho, walking across the studio. He's preparing some glass to make the canes, the rods of colored glass. He's going to make a big, thick cylinder. We're going to attach it to another piece of glass, and then we're going to stretch it. So over on the far left, Trenton Kyocho, our guest artist, is preparing the glass to pull. The trick is to get it so that it draws out evenly. If he heats it right and shapes it right, when we stretch it out, it'll draw it to one big, long, skinny rod. When it's cold, then we'll chop it up into these individual pieces. These are called cane, and the process he's doing now is called pulling cane. So instead of making each of the canes individually, we make a big long one, and then we chop it up. We'll hold it up in the air and let it stiffen up a bit, and then we'll rest it on those wooden ladders to cool. Bust off the two ends. We'll just leave it there until it cools off. Do you guys back there have any questions? Rolled up the stripes. We lay out our pattern, roll it up. get what's called batch,
Then you roll
and it's
up.
like the raw, all the raw ingredients. It's like a cake mix. It's got all the raw ingredients proportioned. It's powder.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah, the
So they don't
company
use the
that
little.
no, that's called cullet. The company that made our cullet closed down.
So you'd have to measure it all out, put it in there, and make
No,
it.
we don't. We don't. It's all mixed up.
Oh, it's just like a
It's like
pre-mix.
yeah, it's like getting a cake mix in a grocery
Yeah,
store.
yeah, yeah.
You don't have to measure anything. It's all prepared. We just shovel it in the furnace and cook it.
They really don't have any bottom.
Yeah, I remember seeing.
Oh, TV show, yeah. Okay. No, I had a show at the Film Art Museum. We had today.
Oh, it's like nice.
I crushed it last week. No, it was a gate at work. We need to start playing. Yeah. She said like 2 years. Still have to like start looking at menus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. But yeah, no one else. I mean, my mom. Yeah.
So Gabe is squeezing the glass a little bit with the newspaper and making this kind of narrow little neck at the top. If you've come in a little later, our guest artist this week is Trenton Kyocho. He's the man in the black shirt. He's been working glass for 17 years. He's a very good glass sculptor and glass blower. And he's working with our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team to make his designs. If you watch him now, he's cutting up our cane. We have a little jig that controls the length. It's got a hardened steel edge. We place the cane on the hardened steel edge and just bang it with something heavy, and that cuts it. Over on the right, in the white cap, that's Jack. Jack is making what's called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. It's another pipe coated with a little bit of molten glass, and we're going to use it as a handle to hold the glass from the top while we shape the bottom. So we're going to break the glass off the pipe where it is now, the blowpipe, and stick it to the pipe that Jack has. Does anybody have any questions? So we're going to stick the punty onto the top. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Gabe will take his tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want the glass to break, and a little tap, and off it comes. So now the opposite end is exposed. That end can be heated and shaped. Mr. Kyocho just walked around the corner to our powder booth. We're going to sift powdered colored glass onto the surface. just crushed up black glass. So while Gabe at the center blows out these fish traps, Mr. Kyocho is going to sculpt some figures that are going to go into a sculpture that we'll make later this afternoon. Can we put up the sculpture photo? So this is a very similar piece. It's not the same, but similar. It's going to have a figure in the middle and inside a big bowl. And so Mr. Kyocho is working on the sculpting the figure for the next sculpture. It's going to, these next sculpture is going to have a kind of a wooden spoon-shaped part, and that's what he's going to sculpt right now. When we form something out of solid glass, we call it glass sculpting. You can see an example here on the pedestal. This was sculpted by Mr. Kyocho. Yep. Yep. It's all Trenton all the time. This is Trenton Week at the Museum of Glass. Mr. Kyocho, Trenton Kyocho, our guest artist, makes quite a variety of things. Can we put up some of his artwork up on the big screen? So now these guys in the center are working on the section on the bottom where it goes up and it has a little opening. Can we put up the fish trap slide? So these forms that we're making today are inspired by traditional Filipino fish traps. Mr. Kyocho has Filipino heritage, and he's inspired by these traditional forms. These kinds of traps, they would put them in the rice paddies. They would put some fermented rice paste in the trap. The fish would swim in the hole. They couldn't get out. They couldn't figure out how to get out again. In the morning, they'd be full of fish. Today at 1 o'clock, our guest artist, Mr. Kyocho, will be giving a talk here in the hot shop. So it'll be interesting. You can hear from him about his work and his career, and that'll be at 1 o'clock here in the hot shop. We're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the glass off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. If we just made this and put it on a table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. Hi, how are you guys? You guys have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? No is a good answer. To the right is center. Mr. Kyocho has dipped his glass in the big tank of molten glass. He wants a very thin coating of clear. So we dip it in, and then we strip off as much of the clear as possible, and there'll be just a very thin coating of clear glass on the outside. We'll put that excess glass in that big steel can, and we'll save that, and eventually that'll go back in the furnace. So into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. So let's have a big hand for Trenton Kyocho from the Museum of Glass Hot shop tea.
Use these cans. I think still too small. It's better to have a little more than I need.
I didn't know that they recycled them because he throws it in the bin.
So in the center, Gabe, with the maroon shirt, has our pattern of stripes for our next sculpture. Those stripes are rods of colored glass called cane, C-A-N-E. We're going to put it on that ceramic plate. We're going to heat it up till all the stripes stick together. And then we're going to roll it into a tube and then make a bubble out of that. The big steel instrument that looks kind of like something out of a pizza oven is called the pastorale. Overnight. For the bowl, it's going to be solid. Probably for the next 20 minutes, half hour. So in the center, Gabe, in the maroon shirt, is making what we call the collar, like a collar on your shirt. We're going to use that collar to pick up our striped pattern. We put up the picking up cane on a collar. So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. We've laid out our striped pattern. We're going to roll it up into a tube. We'll close the end of the tube, and then we'll have a bubble with the stripes. So Sayuri to the left is pulling our pattern, our stripe pattern, out of the garage, the silver oven. And now she's putting it in the glory hole, the round oven. And we're going to heat it up and fuse those rods together. Gabe is giving those rods a squeeze. And now we're going to roll them up. He rolls it up most of the way. And then we're going to bring the two sides together manually so that they match perfectly. So this will be the beginnings of our stripe bubble to make one of these fish traps. Over on the left, we have our guest artist, Trenton Kyocho, and he's sculpting a wooden spoon, which is going to become part of a sculpture that we're going to make later on in the day. He's sculpting it out of solid glass. Mr. Kyocho is the man in the black t-shirt. off. So we're going to have two different layers of stripes on the fish trap that Gabe is making in the center. We've already put one layer of stripes on there, and we're setting up another layer of stripes on this metal plate. Gabe's twisting those stripes. When we applied the rods of colored glass, originally they were straight, and now he's twisting it up to make a more interesting design. So if you just came in, we're making these. So Sayuri sitting to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's blowing. She's inflating the glass as Gabe in the maroon shirt shapes it. Hi, how are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions? Okay. So in the center, we'll let that bubble cool off a bit and stiffen. And then we're going to coat it with more clear glass. So now Gabe's going into our glass furnace. He's going to drip off some excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. We have sort of two things going on here. In the center and the right, we're making these fish trap sculptures, as you can see here on the pedestal. On the left, our guest artist, Trenton Kyocho, is sculpting some elements for a sculpture that we're going to make this afternoon. Just made a kind of a wooden spoon, and I think now he's going to make a figure. So over on the right, we're going to pick up our second set of stripes. Those are rods of colored glass called cane, C-A-N-E. Take them over to that round furnace, the glory hole, and melt them in. And those will be stripes like you see on the outside of this one. Can we put up the Reticello slide? We have a little drawing, shows you how we do it. So if you look up on the big screen, we blow two bubbles made with the cane, the rods of glass. We twist one to the left, one to the right, and then we blow one inside the other, and all the little stripes crisscross. It's called reticello. Sometimes when we making a fancy pattern, we have to trim off the end. We'll save that little end as a kind of a souvenir. So now we have all the glass we need. We have all our patterns in it. It's a little bit hard to see at the moment because the glass is quite hot and it's glowing orange. But as it gets later in the process and the glass is cooler, you'll be able to see the stripe patterns.
All the arms and legs and the head.
So the young man sitting to the left of the workbench, he's blowing and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. This arrangement where one person blows while the other person shapes it is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Starting in 1978, a number of Venetian masters came to the United States and began teaching the young Americans. And since that time, we work pretty much in the Venetian style. To the right of center, you see our guest artist in the black shirt, Mr. Kyocho. He's dipped his glass into the big tank of molten glass. We want a very thin coating of clear glass on the outside. So he's pushing as much of the clear glass off as he can. And that'll just leave a thin coating on the outside. That big wad that's sitting on this steel table, we'll throw that into our little recycling bin, and eventually that'll go back in the furnace. Does anybody have any questions? Can we put up the photo of the sculpture? So if you look up on the big screen, Mr. Kyocho is working on a sculpture similar to that. It'll have a central figure in the middle, and right now he's working on sculpting that central figure. We'll be making the actual thing after lunch. So when we make something that has several parts to it, we make the parts, we place them in this oven over here called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. That'll keep them warm. We're ready to make the final object. We'll pull the parts out one by one and stick them together. So we'll bust off that little nub. We're going to make a hole in that end. And that hole will eventually become this part here. Hi. How are you guys? You guys have any questions? Some of you in the audience might recognize our guest artist, Mr. Kyocho, over on the left. He was featured in a Netflix program called Blown Away. It was a competition program for glassblowers, and Mr. Kyocho was one of the contestants. No, he's the one sitting down. There's a lot of hats. A lot of the contestants were our hometown boys. The two little pads in Mr. Kyocho's hands are made out of cork, like cork in a wine bottle. The cork allows us to press fairly hard against the glass without leaving any marks. The next thing we're going to do at the center bench is transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold it from the top while we shape the bottom. Right now the bottom is still attached to the pipe. We can't get to it, so we'll grab it up here, and then this part will be exposed, and this can be heated and shaped. Over on the right, the young man in the white hat is preparing the punty. He's coated the end of that glass pipe with a little bit of molten glass. He's left the hole on the end open so we can blow through it. And has anybody got any questions? Where we keep the molten glass, the ones with the doors closed. Over on the right, Jack is cooling his pipe off. We have a little trough there called the pipe cooler. We just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Here comes Jack with the punty. We attach the punty to the front end. Gabe will make a little notch in the punty, so we have a place we can break it off easily. We'll let that connection stiffen up a little bit. Gabe will take his tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where he wants it to break, and a little tap, and off it comes. So it was connected like this. Now, it was connected like this. Now it's connected like that. Mr. Kyocho, our guest artist, is an instructor at the Hilltop Artist Program in the Tacoma Public Schools. Here in Tacoma, you can start learning glass blowing in middle school in the public schools. Mr. Kyocho himself went through that program, and now he's back there as an instructor. We're going to grab that opening and stretch it out a little bit. I was going to talk to you a little bit about the drawing class. I'd like to get them all a QB pencil, and they have sketchbooks, right, and an eraser. Wednesday. You get QB leads for the mechanical pencils. Oh, it's the real chalkboard? Oh, awesome. That's incredible. I was thinking about putting it down here, but then I thought a lot of those guys probably can't get on their knees. Yeah, no, just so they can draw on it. Yeah, have tons of chalk. That's really all we need. Oh yeah, tons of chalk. Okay, cool. So, about a quarter to or something, I'll scoot, go into the galleries, try to drum up some trades. You can take the mic or you can not, whatever you want. Yeah. Chase. Ooh, stylish. Take care. need something to hold it.
Right. Yeah.
Otherwise, you can't get to the other end.
Yeah.
So you want it kind of almost finished, so you don't have. There's not that much left to do once you grind the excess glass. So it's already, like this. There's a little glass stuck here. We just fix that little part there. Attached sort of like, see, like this,
Okay.
and you break it off.
And
You
then
just have to fix that little part. So you can kind of see the figure coming together here. It's a seated figure. We put up the sculpture. Um, yeah, photo tag. So the sculpture that we're going to be making this afternoon is going to be similar to this, but not the same. But the basic structure, we'll have a big bowl and we'll have a figure inside. That'll be preserved. So we're going to have a. So Mr. Kyocho has been sculpting the parts this morning, the black parts for the middle part. They're sitting in that silver oven over there. Then after lunch, we're going to blow the big bowl and attach the figures in the middle. You guys have any questions? Oh, make these rods. And we have colored glass in the middle, clear glass around the outside. When you melt them together, clear glass automatically bases. So you can't see the, when they all melt together, you don't see any division. All you see is the colored structure. Does that make sense? What? No, gas. There are electric ovens, but we don't have it. What? No, go ahead. It's just experience, feel. The longer you put it in there, the hotter it'll be. You watch it in there, and as you turn it, you can see it flop around a little. The more floppy it is, the hotter it is. So it's basically a judgment that we don't count for 10 seconds. So in the center, we're getting pretty close to being done. Everything that we make has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal pipe. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Each day we heat up the annealer to 890 degrees. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. The annealer is an electric oven, and it has a computerized thermostat, so it automatically slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. There's nothing coming off the furnace that'll hurt your eyes.
No, it's just the glare. That's what
Right.
I'm thinking
No, but the thing is, if you wear dark glasses, you become snow blind.
Right,
Like when you come in out of a sunny, snowy day,
Yep.
and you're in a dark, so you can hardly see
Yeah,
your
true.
work for a minute or so.
So it's better without any tint.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay. All right. I used to be a welder, so I used to proxy weld and stuff, so I always
Right.
wear dark
The,
glasses.
the welding is much hotter,
Yeah.
and so there are stuff that comes off the welding
That's right.
that'll hurt your eyes. So if you look up at the big screen, you can see a figure. Getting pretty far with that. That figure is going to be placed in the center of the bowl. And it's a rice deity. It's based on traditional Filipino heritage. Mr. Kyocho, our guest artist, is of Filipino heritage, and almost everything that we're making today, or maybe everything, is influenced by his Filipino culture. The fish traps that we're making. Can we put up the fish trap slide? So if you look up on the big screen, these are the originals. These are the traps used by the Filipino, used in Philippines, and they're used in the rice paddies to catch small fish. So the fish come in, they can't figure out how to get out. In the morning, you have a trap full of fish. So it's this form that have inspired these pieces here. The designs are kind of modern Italian designs on the surface, but the form comes from these fish traps. So we have on the left our guest artist, Trenton Kyocho, sculpting a figure, which will be part of a sculpture that we're making in the afternoon. In the center, we're making another one of these fish traps. He was, yes.
We were actually just watching the show, and I recognized him from the show.
He's a very distinctive looking guy. Yep, cool. When he's free, I'll bring him over. Maybe you want to take a selfie with him? So in the center, where our guest artist, Mr. Kyocho, is making a figure, and the figure is going to be holding a small bowl. And Gabe in the center is making that small bowl. So the little bowl that Gabe's making, it's going to be a little tiny thing, is going to be held by that figure. Not his mom, sorry. His grandmother. Have any questions? Anything you'd like to know? Doing something different every day. Most museums you go to, all the artists are dead. There you go. Oh. Don't worry about closing your eyes and taking a nap. You said you've been up since 2:30? middle-aged men, and their wives are wide awake, and their wives are tugging on their shirts and going. So we're going to transfer our tiny bubble to his second steel rod called the punty, so we can open it up and make the bowl shape. It's kind of difficult, but kind of fun also to make really tiny things uh, with this offhand glass blowing. Does anybody have any questions? Questions are free. So we're going to transfer this figure from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty, and it'll hold the figure while we add the head. Tony has the punty. Tony in the baseball shirt. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Drip a little water where we want it to break. A little tap, and off it comes. we're getting ready to attach the bowl. Mr. Kyocho grabs the bowl. One of his assistants will drip a little tiny bit of hot glass on there. That'll help it to stick. And we'll put it in the hands of our figure. So in the center bench, we've laid out a pattern of fancy striped glass called cane. Most cane is round, this is flat, so we call it flat cane. And we're going to use these flat canes to make a little bubble with a fancy stripe, fancy stripes, and this is going to decorate the interior of the bowl for Mr. Kyocho's sculpture. Can we put up the sculpture photo for a minute? So if you look up on the big screen, this is a similar sculpture, but it's black on the outside and there's a fancy pattern on the inside. The bubble that Gabe is making in the center, that's going to be the fancy pattern. So we have the pattern laid out flat. We wanted to make it into a tube. Can we put up picking up cane on a collar? So we've laid out our pattern on that ceramic plate. We're going to take another pipe with a little ring of glass around it called a collar. That's what Jack has over on the right in the white hat. We're going to heat up the canes till they all stick together, and then we're going to roll them into a tube, close the end of the tube, and then we'll have a bubble that has the fancy patterning. So it'll be something like this. After lunch, we're going to blow another bubble of black glass. We're going to stuff this inside, and this pattern will become the interior of the bowl. The black glass will be the outside of the bowl. You guys have any questions?
Is that the cane that they're making, what's the difference between that and Marini?
Marini is a little cross section of a piece of.
But that's the long cane sections.
Yeah, these are cane. And these are Marini.
Okay. So these are the cross section, and then the cane is a long way. So they have that cane that he's got there, that flattened cane, is that the squiggle line is inside that, is it not? Or is it straight inside that cane that he's got on the plate right now? The design
The design is
is in the cane right
in
now.
the cane right now. Yeah.
Is it straight like this, or is it squiggly? What
It's
does it look
squiggly.
like? It's squiggly inside the cane. Okay.
He's already squiggled it up.
And when he made that cane,
Oh, we didn't make them. We didn't make them today.
Oh,
Made them another time, so you can. We did. We used a process called merletto,
Mileto?
where we pick up the white lines and then we fold it over and twist it and fold it over
Oh, so
again.
it's kind of like Damascus with steel, because I'm a blacksmith, so it sounds a lot like Damascus.
Yeah, it's not quite. I think as regular as Damascus.
Right.
We're trying to get it all squiggly, but yeah. So we're going to pick up our cane now. Gabe has the collar.
It's got it on the thing.
We roll it up almost to a little cylinder, and then we'll heat that up and we'll pull the two edges together manually so they match perfectly.
I always seem to sit in the wrong spot. Where I'm sitting, there always seems to be a body. I keep moving, and every time I move, there's a body in front of me. That's right. My hand.
We have plenty of seats.
Yeah.
So this figure, once we complete it, will go in the garage. This silver oven over here. This will keep it warm. And then after lunch, we'll construct the sculpture. So our figure is complete. We'll keep it warm in this oven over here. This oven is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The gar- The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out and heat it up a little extra. Forever.
What's your temperature of your garage? 900?
800 on one side and 1,000 on the other. When we want to store something for a long time, we put it on the cold side until we take it out into the air and move it to the hot side.
Never used your garage before.
So it's almost a quarter to 1. At 1 o'clock, our guest artist, Trenton Kyocho, is going to give a talk here in the hot shop. So it'll be interesting. Tell you about his career, all the different kinds of work that he does, teaching. And so that'll be starting at 1 o'clock. Well,
I think it's the same process. You just can't take it out before 250 degrees. You have to leave it in through, all the way through to say 200, 150 if you can manage it. Because I think that just that little bit of extra
Stresses
time,
it.
yeah, because
Well,
we're
it cools off
embedding,
way quicker than.
completely embedding the
I would
steel
just
in
leave
the
it in there
glass.
until it like hit room temperature.
Yeah, pretty much.
if the steel is a different coefficient of expansion than the glass, it's not going to matter how long you anneal it. At some
Well,
point, it's going to break.
Yeah. I guess you wouldn't. It could be like, well, say it could be finished and not cracked, but
It'll
if you
crack
put it under
later
a
on.
fluoroscope, you could see some stresses in it, maybe.
Yeah, no, it's different. There's only a
People
couple
do
of
it though.
I've done it. I've done it a handful of times,
you do it?
actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing we were thinking about is that if we, so we made some leaves. So what I do is we take the forks and we put them right into the molten glass. We pull it out and then we try and frit it. But you can't. It depends on how strong that flatware is, the fork is, to get it to keep it in the vertical long enough just to get the heat
Before it
all the
starts
way through.
bending and melting.
And the like I said, that force is going to go whoop like this. So it's really hard. Then we keep air by, we keep it in water. A whole bunch of things that we can try. Like the blacksmithing, if you want to cool, just
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'd love to swing by.
I have my proposal all put together already, so we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, I knew these guys are, he's really good at troubleshooting.
That's what I look forward to, because I really get that that knowledge base
Yeah,
that I just don't have.
I'm going to leave you the mic. I'm going into the galleries to try to round up more product.
All right, I'm gonna go wash up real quick. Yeah, good to see you again.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jabari Owens-Bailey. I just want to let you all know in about 5 minutes we're going to be having our artist talk with Trenton. So please don't leave the arena yet. All right.
My name is Trenton Kyocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington. This week, I'm exploring Filipino textile and traditional fish traps and motifs, and kind of reimagining traditional forms and sculptures into a new body of work made out of glass, kind of honoring my Filipino heritage. So I think the fish traps, just in general, just the shapes are they're really interesting. And then you throw in the texture and the patterns of the elements of it woven together. It's like individually they look good. If you just separate them together, it looks even better. But I'm learning a lot in the residency because part of me is like, maybe I should just focus on the form. Part of me is like, focus on the pattern. So it's like, it's a lot of new ideas that I've never worked on.
Got another small chunk, and then
Body's all gonna be one piece.
yeah, but the legs I want brung as bits.
So there'll be a body and legs onto the body.
Yeah.
Kind of column.
Well, I'm thinking we just turn that. I kind of want to do like this sitting form. So I don't know, like basically like take that, kind of pull it into like a flattened piece. I don't know, like a Z almost, you know what I mean? And then the head goes on here, you know, for it. I think it's hot enough still. All over, hit it. I take a weird approach sometimes, and like I just make what I want to make. It kind of comes off the fly, and there will be some sketches and you know, color application, like deciding what colors I'm going to use. But for the most part, it's kind of freestyle, and then I'll make something, and then it won't work out very well the first time, and then it's like the second time it works out great, and then the third time it went back a step. But it's always nice to go back to previous ideas and kind of build off of those. Yeah, I think being a teacher or an educator, it can be difficult at times because, you know, kids are mean, and it's hard to reach them. But it's these relationships that you build with these people over, you know, 6-7 years sometimes, and it just kind of grows, and they start off as your students, and then eventually they become your friends. And you know, a lot of them, you know, came in at 13 and now they're 22. Yeah, let's do that. Make a big wide collar.
And you know, there's always ones that like give you hard times, but you know, there's always a few cases where they come back and thank you. You don't always get that, but like that definitely makes you want to do it more. You know, having an opportunity to come here and work with the all-star team, you know, Sarah, Gabe, and Ben, it's definitely a huge step in my career.
I mean,
and coming up through as a young person coming in here at 15, and then now 15 years later being the person at the center bench as the artist has been kind of surreal.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round.
yeah. Don't sweat it. It's lunchtime, folks.
Greetings. My name is Jabari Owens-Bailey. I work here as Curatorial Education Program Manager. And today, I want to introduce Trenton Kyocho. He is our latest visiting artist, part of a visiting artist lecture series that we run throughout the year. And Trenton is a Tacoma-based artist. He's the owner of Basso Glass. He has worked at Chihuly Boathouse in Seattle. He's the current production and hotshot manager at Hilltop Heritage, which is our local glassblowing school up on the hilltop that teaches young kids how to blow glass. Trenton worked as a lead instructor for the Hot Shop Heroes program here at Museum of Glass for several years, which is a program where we take military, active military, as well as veterans who are dealing with trauma or dealing with injury, and teach them how to blow glass as a means of healing. He was also the recipient of the John and Mary Shirley Foundation Scholarship at Pratt, also the Emerging Artist Award here at Museum of Glass, and most recently, he was featured on this season of Netflix's hit show, Blown Away. And so, one last thing, this year he was the featured artist for our Red Hot fundraiser here at Museum of Glass. So Trenton has many accolades and many firm connections to Museum of Glass. So we look forward to hearing what he has to say about his work, and hopefully his residency here at Museum of Glass has been fruitful.
Thank you, Jabari. Welcome, everyone. My name is Trenton Kyocho, and I am the guest artist here at the Museum of Glass this week. I think Jabari said a lot of what I wanted to talk about at first, but yeah, I'm a Tacoma-based artist, born and raised in Tacoma, Washington. I went to Silas High School, formerly Wilson High School, and it was there through the Hilltop Artist Program, well, I got it backwards, through the Hilltop Artist Program that I got started in working with glass. It's been a pretty busy year. So last September, I won the People's Choice Award, and with this award, I won a 1-week residency here at the Museum of Glass, and so that's why I'm here this week. Which is an amazing opportunity, and we actually have this year's winner sitting in the front row. Yeah. So it's a huge opportunity to be able to come down here and use this facility and work with the team down here. So this is a photo of myself and a couple of my colleagues, David Rios and Tony Sorgenfree. But this is the studio that I started in. This is at Silas High School. And I think in this picture, I was the guest artist. But for those of you that don't know, Hilltop Artists is a nonprofit in Tacoma, Washington that uses glass arts to kind of lure kids, I guess, into staying in the program and working with our mentors. You know, we try to get them to better futures. But that's how I got started. As Jabari said, I also not only work at Hilltop Artists as an educator working with youth, I've worked with the Hot Shop Heroes program here at the Museum of Glass, where we work with military veterans, a lot of them suffering from trauma, I guess you would say. So not only like PTSD, but also a lot of these people have been injured over there fighting in the wars. So I think, at least for me and a lot of people that I work with, military veterans or students, we find the material very therapeutic. It takes a lot of focus and teamwork to be able to work in this medium. And so, even though we're only with these military veterans a few hours a night, like once or twice a week, it gives them an opportunity to kind of clear their minds, I guess. So the next few slides are just some of my earlier work. And I kind of wanted to show you this because a lot of people don't understand, a lot of students don't understand it takes a lot of time and work to get to where you're at, and there's a lot of failures along the way. And I think some people handle failure differently. But this is an old Raticello bowl. This is probably 2014. So I like making a lot of functional glassware, but I also like sculpting glass. Lots of kind of cane patterns you can see. And you know, all this kind of learning and the process of learning how to create patterns kind of leads to where I'm at today. A lot of inspiration from visiting artists here at the Museum of Glass over the years. This is one of my first crabs I sculpted after I took a class up at Pilchuck Glass School with Raven Sky River. But over the years, the skills have gotten a little better, and the photos, I realized that you got to take better photos of your work as well. This piece was done at my first, it was a group residency at Corning Museum of Glass in 2018. So I made this vessel, and then one of the other artists, who was a Czech engraver, Pavlina Chambalova, engraved the glass. There was also another artist, Erica Tata, who was a caster, and so we were all working together to create new bodies of work using all three processes of casting, engraving, and blowing glass. But this is the it's like a netted bowl using that Raticello pattern, and kind of, yeah, I guess the first rendition of what kind of probably led to these Filipino fish traps. There's lots of other techniques that I like to use. So besides creating patterns with cane, you're also able to create patterns using the canes and bundling them, and you'll pull them into these little squares or circles of Marini. And this is one of the first kind of more figurative sculptures I did on this rooster series that I had. And one of these pieces last year is what won me the Coney People's Choice Award. But anytime you make something in here, it's kind of you're learning from it, and so hopefully you learn the process better, and the work gets better over time. So the crab got a little better. Photos are a little better. This was the first time I did like a solid sculpted buffalo. This was the first and only piece I made in 2020, and then the pandemic hit. But this is all made on the pipe, and then after it was cooled off, I would use the engraving lathe and the cold shop to kind of grind more detail into it. And it's got a matte finish on it, so it's sandblasted and then pumiced. During the shutdowns was the first time that I hadn't blown glass. It was the longest period. I think it was like 5 or 6 months where I wasn't in the hot shop working. And it gave me a lot of time to like think about what I was doing as a glass craftsperson artist. Like I think you seen that video earlier about what I did last residency. Just not really having a direction and kind of experimenting with different things. And you can see with the glass, it's kind of just all over the place. But it was during this time that I realized that I needed to focus on what I wanted to do, you know, with my art. But I started Basso Glass, and this is more functional glassware that's more affordable than my artwork, I would say. So we have these pineapples with an air plant holder on the left, and these bowls that are inspired by the mango colors on the right. But it's also, I like making, you know, art to sell in galleries, but I also enjoy the craft side of glass. Some of these things are actually in the gift shop too, if you want to take a look at those. So like I said, during that time, I tried to figure out what I wanted to do as an artist in glass. And that's when I started looking into my Filipino heritage and identity. And so that's where I was drawing inspiration from. So my family, my grandmother and my grandfather are both from Filipino backgrounds in different areas of the Philippines. But on the right is actually one of the immigration cards for my great-grandfather who came over with his family. And you can see my grandma is Lourdes, 10 years old right there. But they immigrated to Hawaii to work on the plantations. This is a piece I made in 2018, and it was inspired by Filipino immigrants that immigrated to Hawaii to work on the sugarcane plantations. And so it's the first time where I try to create that imagery. The first Filipino immigrants to Hawaii were called Cicadas. And so this piece is titled Cicada, and it's about an immigrant family. And this was also made at that group residency at Corning. So Pavlina was the one who engraved the image. I kind of gave a rough sketch of it, and she carved it out. And then we assembled it in the hot shop. But it's supposed to represent bamboo and sugar cane. So the first buffalo I made was like an American bison. And then this one is a Filipino water buffalo. It's called a Carabao. It's this piece right here. But same process, solid sculpted off the pipe and then cold work and engraved. So during my 2021 residency here in July, was the first time that I got to experiment down here. It was my first solo residency. And like I said, the pandemic was, you know, in a ways it was a good thing for me because I had time to think about what I was doing. And so I ended up doing a lot of research through books and a lot of expensive books that were imported because I'm so far removed from that heritage and culture that that one of my only resources is books right now. I have a lot of friends that are kind of local in this area, and there's a lot more. There's elders in the native communities around here, and you can see the art in person. So I find it somewhat challenging trying to do the research, but I enjoy reading and trying to figure things out. But this is a textile from the Philippines, from Ilocos Norte, which is where part of my family immigrated from, and they would make these textiles called inabel. And so some of the works from last year's residency were inspired by those kind of things. It was a lot of experimenting and trying to figure out what I wanted to do. So we pulled flat cane and made these patterns, and then the museum team rolled them up. They made these cylinders, which would be cut and slumped into these sheets of glass. This piece is probably, I think it's 13 by like 23 inches. So they're quite large. They went a little larger than I wanted, but still don't know what I'm going to do with these. And then if you were here earlier, this is what I was kind of the inspiration for the sculpture. These are known as bulol. They're Filipino rice deities, and they're normally there's normally a pair. There's usually a male and a female figure, and this is in the Luzon area of the Philippines. The Ifugao people have some of the oldest and largest rice terraces in the country of the Philippines, and I think 75% of the rice is produced in that area. And you'll see photos of these valleys that are just terraces of rice. But they would put these deities out during planting of the rice harvest and keep them up through the harvest time, and they would make offerings to them. And they're traditionally carved out of wood, and they're usually seated or standing. And through reading about pre-colonial Philippine culture, they had a different way of believing in. They believed like everything had its own spirit and life to it, not only plants and animals, but like these wooden sculptures as well. So that's the inspiration for the piece with the bulol figure and the bull. And this is from last year's residency. And so we're going to try to make one of these after we take lunch. That's a finished piece. So we had the team make the bowl, and then we stuck a puck on the inside, and then I had the bulol figure already sculpted, and we attached it and assembled it. And it was also at that residency that we started doing these fish trap forms, which are inspired by traditional Philippine fish traps that are usually woven out of rattan or like bamboo, natural fibers. And that's us making one last year. But I used a lot of traditional Italian glass making where we pull lines of glass called cane to create patterns. So this shape you'll see a lot. I really like this one. And like Walt was saying, these ones are used normally in like the rice paddy in the rice fields. So they'll put these out in the evening and then pull them out in the morning. And it's just like these little fish that they catch in them. But I really like just the texture and the shape of these things. I think are really beautiful. So the next slides are just different ones that we did last residency. So, the whole idea behind last year's residency and even now is just exploring my cultural identity. And so the Trap series, it's we're doing a continuation of that series because I felt like it wasn't finished. And all the pieces that you see out here right now, well, most of them hopefully will be used in this group show next year at Art Exchange Gallery. And towards the end, you'll see I normally display these in sand because a lot of them don't have any kind of flat spot or bottom to them, so they kind of roll around. But I like that kind of organic shape to it. So this has been a busy year, and I think a year ago today I was in Canada filming Blown Away Season 3. These are some of the images and some of the work created during my time in Canada. We made some banana cups. This piece is actually on display at the Corning Museum of Glass right now, which is pretty cool to have my work displayed out there. I also curated my first show at Tacoma Art Museum. This is a photo of Gather, 27 years of Hilltop artist. So not only am I a glass artist and an educator, but I also, I guess I can be considered a curator as well now. But this was an opportunity that I kind of came up with, and it was during the pandemic that I reached out to Tacoma Art Museum. It took a long time, and it turned into something better than I had imagined. But it was a way for me to highlight artists within my own community here in Tacoma. And all the artists were alumni from the Hilltop Artist Program. And so it was also a way for me to give back to my mentors and colleagues and even my students. These were the fish traps that I had made last year on display during that show at the Tacoma Art Museum, and you could see what I meant. They're like displayed in this black sand. And that's it. Does anyone have any? Okay. Oops. Does anyone have any questions? That's a good question. I'm kind of split down the middle. I like making functional work, and I also like making sculptural work, like the Carabao or this lidded jar here. I think a lot of artists in glass usually pick kind of one lane. They're either like a glass blower or a crafts person or a glass sculptor. I think Tony said it best. I tend to I'm the blade runner, and I kind of do a little bit of everything. I dropped out of college to pursue glass and worked in a factory. I've worked in Seattle for a number of years, worked for Dale Chihuly. So kind of self-taught in a lot of ways, and I'm still learning all the time how to be a better glass maker, but also an artist. And that's why this week focusing more on just one thing instead of a bunch of things is different, but it's, I think, is more successful to focus on. I just focused on the fish traps this week, which is a better use of my time. And my fiance always tells me, she's always like, you make one-offs of everything. You gotta try to complete a series, and then you can move on to the next thing. So yeah, I like to make a little bit of everything. That's a good question. I enjoy being an educator and working with youth. For the most part, is fun, and I enjoy it. You're always going to have some kids that you really don't enjoy working with, I guess. But that's just how it is. I think I learn just as much from them as they learn from me. And yeah, I really, really enjoy it. And they keep you on your toes, and they keep it fun. Yeah. I don't know if that answers your question. Do we have a question over here? That's a good question. So when I first started blowing glass, the funny thing is like I always thought it had to be blown glass. It always had to be hot, and like I said, I'm always learning, and I appreciate all the different ways in which you can work glass, whether it's hot or cold or glued, and I don't hate cold working. A lot of the work is finished in the cold shop now. I enjoy being in the hot shop more, I think, than being in the cold shop, just because it's just more fun, I guess. It's more flashy. It's like neon. It's it's like here they have an amazing cold shop, but you can't see it. It's on the other side of here, but it's so much a part of blowing glass. I think Lino said it best. He said, you can be good as a glass artist by blowing glass, but if you want to be great, you have to learn how to cold work. So there's so much more that you can do with cold working too. So whenever we finish a piece, it's on the pipe and it has a punty mark, and it's sharp. So the process of cold working is very similar to like stone polishing. So you'll grind that off using rough diamond wheels that are water fed, and then you can bring it up to a full polish, depending on how you want to finish the work. It's always hot, and then it's annealed, and then once it's room temperature, then you can take it back to the cold shop. And then some of my work is even, I'll make it in the hot shop, like these crocodile heads are actually sand casted, and then I cold worked them a little bit, and you can take glass and bring it back up to about 1200 degrees Fahrenheit, and you're able to then attach it to something hot again. So you can go back and forth, and some works take a lot of time. I don't know if you'll ever get your money's worth out of spending all that time, but for me, I think it's more about the process and working with the people, and I create things that I like to create, and so even if I don't sell it, I think that's us as creatives. Yeah. Lots of different processes. Some of these are, the fish traps are mainly just line work and pattern work. The buffalo is a solid, transparent cup that's filled with clear glass and then sculpted, and then that jar is mostly powdered glass. So there's different ways to work the material, for sure. We'll go to the front row first. I'm still processing it all. I don't know. I haven't been very active on social media as other artists that have been on the show. It's been a very busy year for me, but who knows what will happen with that and what kind of opportunities. I don't think I would do it again. I don't think reality TV's for me per se. Yeah. It was an interesting experience, and the most fun I had was every day after filming it, we would hang out. The artists and we would hang out afterwards. Yeah. That's a good question. Well, I've been doing it for 17 years now, and I would say that first piece that I did in 2018 was the first time that I started looking into inspiration for my cultural identity, being a Filipino American. A long time, I never considered myself an artist. I thought of myself as a crafts person, and that's how I started, and that's why I think I enjoy functional bowls and cups. I enjoy making those as much as I enjoy making, the fish traps or the sculptures. What changed? I think, over time everyone changes, and I realized that if I wanted to pursue glass as a career and be an artist, I had to evolve and change the way I think and the process of how I do things. Any other questions? You got a question? No? You sure? Anyone else? Okay. Well, I just want to thank the Museum of Glass for this opportunity. Thank the team. Thank my friends over here that are down here helping me. We're going to take lunch, and then we will be back, I think, around 2:30 or so, and we will do another Balol sculpture with the rice deity. So if you're around, come watch. It'll be a long process, but it should be fun.
seen them when you guys they were making the bowls. Every one of them, the guy would pancake them out.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes we just throw it away. But sometimes it's cool to keep them just to do it nice.
Well, some of them, yeah, the one that Denise had has some pretty cool patterns to it.
Yeah. Hold on, let me get my stuff. We're gonna walk across the bridge and get some food.
Walked across the bridge.
big bowl, and so you're making a stuff cup with the black.
Sample overlay, make a stuff up. It's gonna start heating up, changing to the applying it into the color.
Ah,
Yeah. And then the gathering start. Same as yesterday.
okay.
Yes. Right side in the garage. The guy in the garage.
What's in the right side?
Little man in
Oh, right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we have a guest artist, Trenton Kyocho. Some of you may recognize him from television. He was on a Netflix special, reality show, TV show called Blown Away. It's a competition for glass blowers. So, just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. Each one of those has a big ceramic tank in it, and in that ceramic tank is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees. 2,100 degrees is as hot as the hottest volcano. So it's basically like we have our own little volcano. Yep. When we want to get the glass out to make stuff, we take one of those steel pipes, those are called blow pipes, and we dip them into the melted glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If you
Sorry, I'm going to turn the lights off for a minute, just turn them back on to try to get it.
If you want to make something larger, we dip it in, blow a bubble, let it harden, and we dip it in a second time, or a third time, or a fourth time. And we just keep repeating that process till we have all the glass we need for whatever we're making. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue. If we want to make an orange bowl, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of orange, and then we coat that clear bubble with the orange glass. So we're going to make a big black bowl, and we're going to coat it with some black glass. Anybody got any questions so far? Yes, sir. Well, how do we make it blue and red? Hot glass sticks to hot glass. So if you wanted to make something half blue and half red, you'd coat the top with red glass and you coat the bottom with blue glass. Does that make sense? You guys have any questions? Yes. How do we get different patterns? Well, most of the patterns that you see, you mean Like this one or like this one? This one. Well, these are different pieces of colored glass that we added to it. So we took some clear glass, we coated it with green, and we dabbed on a little green there. It's most of the patterns you see, even the stripes and everything, are different colored pieces of glass melted together. Yes. Where do we get the colored glass? We get it from two companies in Germany, and they do nothing but make colored glass. Yes. It doesn't really hurt your eyes. There's nothing coming out of those furnaces. They're tested. That'll hurt your eyes. What? Nope. I'm going to have to get in here close because I can't hear you. Why do we have three glory holes going? Well, we want to do a bunch of things at the same time. We all can't crowd into one, so we need a couple so we can do a bunch of different things at the same time. Yes? What is that? Okay, what is that silver oven with the curved side? That's called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So if we're making something that has several different parts, we put the parts in the garage, and when we're ready to use them, we pull them out one at a time, heat them up a little extra, and stick the parts together. So today, for this bowl that we're making, can we put up the sculpture? So if you look at, we're making something like this. So we made the little guy in the middle. He's sitting in the garage. We're going to make the big bowl, and then we'll pull the guy out and stick him in the middle. So this is our guest artist, Trenton Kyocho. Let's have a big hand. Trenton has been working glass for 17 years. He's an instructor at the Hilltop Artist Program in the public schools. If you can imagine that here in Tacoma, you can start learning glass in middle school, in regular school, and it goes on through high school. And Trenton went through that program himself, and now he's come back as a teacher. Can we put up some of Trenton's artwork up on the big screen? So if you look on the big screen, these are a bunch of different things that Trenton has made. These are all made completely out of glass. What? Oh, okay. Say what? So if you look at the guys working on the left, Jack in the white hat, he's blown a bubble of clear glass. His assistant's heating up some colored glass. I'm going to coat the clear glass with the colored glass. So, Trent, So they're getting stuff ready to pull cane, right?
No.
No.
They're gonna make the black stuff come for the bowl.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna pull cane though.
So if you guys watch over there, you can see it on the big screen. The guy in the black shirt has the black glass. The man sitting down has the bubble of clear glass, and we're going to coat it with the black glass. Now, all glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color you're seeing is the glow from the heat. If you've ever looked inside a toaster, when the wires are hot, they glow orange. Same thing with the glass. He's going to drop the colored glass on top of the clear bubble. And then Jack, sitting down, is going to push that clear colored glass backward towards the pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. Can we put up the color overlay drawing? So if you look up on a big screen, we have a little diagram. So we just dropped the big colored blob on the clear bubble. And right now, he's smearing it so it entirely coats that clear bubble. And then we'll dip it in more clear glass. And when we blow it up, that colored layer will line the object with color. It won't be colored all the way through. It'll just be a skinny layer of color. The second part, and we pull the first part out and stick the two together. It keeps pieces warm while we're working. If we need to make something that has two parts, we take one part, put it in the garage, keep it warm. We make the second part, then we pull the first part out and stick the two together. But that just keeps stuff warm. So if you molecular surface area compared to their mass. A lot less theater of space.
Hey, this is my Nicky ball. I mean, in our deck, not our deck. And just guess what? You got some craft scissors that has like you can literally make little snowballs. Have glass cover and like put like glitter in it, and then you can like make glitter and stuff, and then you can like build like little things all the way down. Like the top is the same, and then there's like a little thing at the top harder, and a little bit thing at the bottom. See, when I do this, you're not allowed to build on that thing, and you go to the there, and it goes to the pillow. If I can stick it onto that, then it inflates all the way down. Literally snow and water. Like snow? Yeah. You know how like snow globes have that snow thing? Everybody keep this one.
So a lot of these designs that you see on the glass are made up of stripes. The way we make the stripes is we draw out little skinny rods of colored glass called cane, and we melt it into other pieces of glass to make the stripes. So if you look at this one here, we took a stick of orange, we melted it into a piece of clear glass, and then we twisted it up. And so this line started out as one of these. So we're going to make some more cane. Mr. Kyocho is getting it started. When we use the cane, we use them in this size. It's kind of like a pencil. But instead of making each one individually, we're going to stretch out one that's maybe 30 feet long, and then we're going to chop it up. Hi. How are you guys? Good. You guys have any questions?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Just trying to absorb stuff.
Okay.
Well, I do have a question. Does this man teach at a certain school or just in general, and he teaches art at several
He
schools?
teaches at Wilson, what used to be Wilson is now Silas High School.
Silas High School? Thank you.
I do have a question too, but
Sure.
I think it's too. But I don't think I should ask it because
Go ahead. I'll tell you.
how much do those ovens cost?
I cost you. The furnace is around $50,000.
A furnace is $50,000. There you go.
I've never burned anyone on accident.
There you go.
What does that thing do?
That cools off the metal pipe.
This is our drinking fountain.
There you go. So if you watch Gabe, the man in the maroon shirt, he's dipping his bubble into our big tank of clear glass. He's going to coat that bubble. What?
You just buy a bunch of glass and put it in the tank.
We buy the ingredients to make the glass.
That glass is big.
So now Gabe is going to shape that glass. The tool in his hand is called the block. The tool is made out of wood, It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So just making it nice and round and even. So Sayuri standing at the oven. She's heating the glass up and making it soft. And she brings it to Gabe, and Gabe is shaping it. The man seated to the left of the workbench, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass while the man sitting at the bench shapes it. So it's just like blowing up a balloon. As Gabe shapes the glass, his assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. So we're going to make this bubble into what we call a color cup. Can we put up stuffing a color cup? So if you look up on the big screen, we're going to make two bubbles. One is going to look like a little bowl. That's going to be this one. And then we're going to make another bubble, and we're going to stuff it inside. The one we're going to stuff inside, see if we have one here. I can show you. The one we're going to stuff inside is going to have a fancy pattern on it. So the color cup will be black. The fancy pattern will be in the inside. And when we blow it up, the inside will have the fancy stripes. The outside will be just plain black. They're making a big bowl with a little guy inside. Big bowl with a little guy inside. Does anybody have any questions? Do you have a question? Speak really loud. Did you repeat that for him? Oh, okay. Was it a statement? Okay. There you go. Good for him. Yes. The glory hole? Yes, sometimes, not very often. We had one the other day. We fish it out. That's it. There's no glass in that big round one. So it's just cement on the bottom. So nothing really gets hurt. We're going to transfer our bubble from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. This second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. So the next thing we're going to do is called pulling cane. We're going to stretch out a big long rod of glass, and then we're going to chop it up. So Trent, over on the right, he's got the glass we're going to stretch. Tony, over here in the baseball shirt, he's got a piece of glass we call the the post. Over on the far right, Trent is getting that glass ready. So here we come. This is called pulling cane. We'll attach that big wad of glass to the post. So we'll stretch it out as far as we can. You can see the glass near the pipes is still hot, so it's still got that orangey glow. As it gets towards the center, it's cooler, and it loses the orange. When they feel they've stretched it as far as they can, they'll hold it up in the air for a little bit, let it harden, and then we'll rest it on the big ladders to cool. Once it's cold, we'll chop it up into these little sections, and each one of these sections, these cane, will be a stripe in another piece of glass.
How long does it take to cool down before you can do that?
5-10 minutes. Sometimes. We just got to make another one. So Gabe's checking his bubble against the fancy stripe bubble. So we want to make a big giant bowl that has a fancy pattern on the inside and plain black on the outside. So we're going to take the fancy bubble, and we're going to stuff it inside, and we blow it up. You'll see the pattern on the inside, but just black on the outside. Can we put up the sculpture photo? So it's going to be something similar to what you see in the photo. Fancy pattern on the inside, plain on the outside. Oh, so that's so we don't have to light it. We can just grab it, and then when we squeeze the trigger, big giant flame comes out. But yes, yes, it is. What makes it black? Black is usually a combination of metals. It's usually cobalt, manganese, iron, and nickel. So now Gabe in the center with the maroon shirt. He's got our fancy pattern bubble. Does anybody have any questions? We can recycle our clear waste. We can't recycle our colored waste because our furnace is all clear glass and we can't throw little bits of red and purple and blue in there. Yeah. Okay, it doesn't really dry. It cools off and hardens. Think of it like wax. You know, when wax gets up, it's soft. There's no water involved. But if we just put it on the table and let it cool by itself, it'll cool too quickly and it'll crack. So we put it in one of these big ovens and we cool it very slowly overnight, and then it doesn't crack. Yeah. Paddle. Oh, that's sitting up against the metal shield. That's called the egg shield. And sometimes when we're making something with the doors of the furnace wide open, put it like this, and it protects the glass blowing hands so they slip it over the pipe, and it shields his hands. Yeah. They sculpted it. He got a big blob of hot glass and metal tools, and he just kept poking it till it looks like a cow. Just like you make something out of clay, except with clay you can use your hands because it's cold. With glass you have to use metal tools. So over to the right, you can see Trenton. He's chopping up that big long rod into the pencil-sized sections that we use to make stripes. It doesn't get as hot as common sense would lead you to believe.
Yeah.
Because it's very long. There's lots of places for the heat to escape. People think about their own house. You have like a frying pan on the stove, but that's only like 8 or 9 inches long. This is 4.5 feet long. So there's lots more area for the heat to escape. Well, our guest artist, he learned at the Tacoma Public School. There's a program here at Tacoma, starts in middle school, goes through high school, and just regular old public school. And now he's a teacher there. But he started out as a student.
What is the melting point of the glass?
It doesn't really have a melting point. It just kind of gets softer and softer the hotter you get it. It's more like butter or wax than it is like ice. Ice is either ice or water. There's no in between.
This one is more.
This kind of softens as it gets hotter. When we keep it in the furnace, we keep it at 2100 degrees, and at that temperature, it has the consistency of honey. 2100 is as hot as the hottest volcano. Yep. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So if you look up there, that's what it looks like inside. There's a big ceramic pot, 1,000 pounds of melted glass, and a gas burner in the side. So that's what that looks like straight ahead. So we're about to do what we call stuffing a color cup. So Doug, on the far left, he's got our black color cup, which is going to be the outside of the bowl. Gabe, in the maroon shirt, has our bubble with the fancy stripes in it. We're going to put Gabe's bubble in the color cup. So we're going to, over on the left, we're going to take the color cup off the metal rod. You can watch it on the screen if you can't see it from where you're sitting. We place the color cup in that metal stand. And Gabe's going to come over and fill it with his bubble. So now the two colors are layered, the white stripes and the black. The black is on the outside, the white stripes are in the middle. We're going to shape that on the metal table. There's a little edge sticking out. We're heating that up with a torch, making it soft, and then we're going to tuck it in by rolling it against that table. You're able to throw that extra glass in our recycling bin, where eventually it'll go back in the furnace. Let 'em rest. Right now, Gabe is letting that bubble cool and stiffen a bit, and we're going to take another gather of glass. Each time we dip it into the big furnace and coat it, it's called taking a gather. Gather. It's going to weigh more when he comes out. We'll drip off the excess into that steel can. I'd say it's probably 25 to 30 pounds of glass. But it's way out on the end of that pole. So it's not like 25 pounds of groceries. It's more like picking up a bowling ball with a fishing pole. We're going to shape the glass with a tool called the block. That scoop-shaped mold is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. So now we have the colors. We have enough glass to make our bowl. Next thing to do is to start to blow it up to its full size and shape. You guys have any questions?
Yes. How much do the coolers cost?
Oh, I bet that's probably $35,000.
Not as much as the furnaces, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
Plus, do the furnaces have the expenses for the gas? Do you have to buy the gas?
Yes, we have to buy the gas. Yeah, just like a stove in your house.
I wonder how the heaters get so hot to burn that gas so hot to get up to about five to get up to about 500 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, no, much more than that. The furnaces are 2,100 degrees. 200 degrees.
That's a lot.
That's as hot as the hottest volcano.
Since this is a glass museum, it might not be time to ask how much do the steels melt at.
Are you going to be an accountant when you grow up? You want to know an awful lot about money.
Somebody who wants to know things cost.
Yeah. I mean, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't know what things cost?
You
So
do.
that
You do. You just keep asking me what things cost.
because I'm asking why it is so that if I grow up to be a glass maker, I
So now Gabe has got a tool in his hand called the jacks, those big metal tongs. He's going to squeeze the glass and make a nice crease in it. That crease will be the place where we can break the glass away from the metal pipe. The tool is called the jacks, and making that crease is called jacking it down. So the man sitting to the left, he's the guy that's blowing. He's blowing through that steel tube and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. And he has run the studio for the week and the assistance of our this isn't a business. Think of it like a business. He has a total wrong idea. This is a business, it would be a terrible business. No, it's not a hobby. It's a museum. Our purpose is educational. We want you to see how things are made and be able to ask questions. When you go into the gallery, you have a little more better idea of what you're looking at, what went into it. Who run this thing to make money? It would be a whole different operation. Wouldn't make things that are so complicated that require such skill. Make things that are simple and popular. Yeah. What time is it now? We started at 2:30. Yeah, almost an hour. But there's also time spent making these rods, making fancy bats. No, they're all of these things are made with the same stripes. Some of the stripes are twisted up and twisted in various directions. It's the same stripes that go into this. Right. Those had a pattern kind of mostly like this. The pattern, we had made the bubble the day before. We made it with the pattern, cooled it overnight. This morning we heated it up again, and then we coated it with clear glass and put it inside the big flat. That's our goal. Just have a good time. Learn more. So Gabe's shaping the glass. The pad, the gray pad in his hand, is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Anybody have any questions?
Torch some oil a little bit. Let that bottom cool down.
Dave's going to scratch a little circle so we can see where the center is. We're going to take that bubble off the rod it's on now and stick another bubble onto it, another pipe onto it. We want to attach it in the center. Working with glass is like working on a lathe or working on a pottery wheel. The work spins. We hold the tools against it as it spins. If the work is centered, then everything goes smoothly. If it's off center, then trouble ahead. Put up the sculpture photo. So we're making another sculpture sort of similar to the one that you see here up on the big screen. It's going to have a big wide bowl, and it's going to have several figures in the middle. It's called a B-U-L-U-L. It's a traditional Filipino what do we call that? Tribute to a rice deity. What would you call the bulol? No, what, the whole sculpture thing. But I mean, what would you call it in English? It's a rice what? Deity. So this big black bubble, that's going to be the bowl part. The figure part is all pre-made. It's sitting in the garage, the silver oven. Mr. Kyocho sculpted it this morning, and we've been keeping it warm in that oven ever since. So now Jack in the white hat is making what we call the punty. We'll stick it on the bottom. And this is just temporarily going to hold the bowl while we open it up. So we're going to break it off the pipe that it's on and leave it stuck to the punty. Gabe's blowing a little air on the punty to cool it off a bit and make it a little stiffer. Take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want it to break. The water will crack that joint, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. Yeah, go ahead. So now our bowl is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Okay, we made all different patterns. Could we put up picking up cane on a collar? So we start out by making cane. That's these guys here, the rods. We lay out a pattern on a ceramic plate. We put the ceramic plate in that big round oven. We heat it up and we give it a squeeze till all the little stripes stick together. Then we roll it up into a tube on the right, and we close the end of that tube, and then we have a striped bubble. Now we can twist that bubble and make the line spiral around. We can stuff it into a mold and make the stripes zigzag. There's an infinite number of things we can do. But it starts out by laying out the pattern, rolling it up, closing the end. So we're going to widen the opening, making a kind of a low bowl shape, wide, shallow bowl shape. This is actually a very hard shape to make. It's not a shape that the glass wants to take naturally, so we have to coax it little by little. So Gabe is pushing against the inside of that bowl to make it wider. Anybody have any questions?
So that guy turning the pipe, I've known him since he was a baby.
If we spin that fast, the centrifugal force pushes the walls of the bowl outward. Now you can see the pattern of fancy stripes on the inside. The outside, even though it looks kind of reddish, will be jet black. The red you see is the glow from the heat. The outside of that bowl is complete shiny black, and the inside you can see the fancy stripes. Does anybody have any questions? What? There was a couple of our guys here, and then a bunch of Trent's friends have shown up. Yes. So now we're getting ready to put the figures in the middle of the bowl. We pre-made them this morning. They're sitting in that silver oven over there, staying warm. We're going to pull them out one by one and stick them on. Whisk broom. If sometimes we get dust from the bricks or from the ceramic plate, and we want to brush it off before the glass gets really hot and the dust sticks to the glass. We just use a regular little whisk broom. It's nothing special. Yes. Why don't they wear any safety equipment? They're wearing enough. We're just supposed to have cotton clothing and glasses and closed-toed shoes. We haven't hurt anybody as long as I've been here. There you go. And their bank accounts.
I was on the computer this morning and my wrist was getting so sore. I'm like, I need to go blow some glass.
Yes. They're just keeping it warm until we're going to put some figures in the middle of the bowl, and he's just going to keep it warm until. No, he's not. At this moment, they're just trying to keep it warm hold the shape until we insert the figures.
They're a little behind on the other side. They're making like the pedestal and it's gonna go there. They're almost there.
How's it going? What? How's it going? I forgot your name again.
What? Walter. You got my name?
Yeah.
Walter.
Walter. What's my name?
Dad?
Yes. Got it. Are you still practicing? Are you still painting?
Not much right now, no. So we're going to put a little disc in the base of the bowl, and the figure is going to sit on the disc. Next thing we're going to do, we have the figure that's pre-made. It's holding a small bowl. I believe this is called a bulul, Bullul. It's a rice deity. Mr. Kyocho sculpted the figure earlier in the day. It's been sitting in that oven staying warm. And now we're going to put it in the bowl. Okay, I think I made a little mistake. It's the spoon that goes next, and the figure goes on top of the spoon. So they're heating up the spoon up over on the left.
So you want that up or you want that down? We're almost ready.
Hi, how are you? Good. You have any questions? You guys have any questions? That's sort of to lift up. He's carved like a wooden spoon, and then there's a figure that goes on top of the spoon. It's a traditional Filipino rice deity. So these are. There's going to be there's going to be the spoon, and then the figure on top of the spoon, and they'll sit in the middle of the bowl, and that little disc is just to rise them up a little bit. How they got what? We used what's called cane, rods of colored glass with fancy patterns in them. We melted them together and we rolled it up into a tube, closed the tube, and we have a bubble with fancy stripes in it. Gabe is heating up the top of that disc. When you join two pieces of glass like that, you have to make both the parts hot and soft before you press them together. You can't just make one hot, you got to make them both hot. So over on the left, Trenton Kyocho, our guest artist, has the spoon. Over on the far left, Tony, in the baseball shirt, is warming up the figure. Here comes Tony with the figure. Give it a little bonk. Off it comes. We'll heat up the bottom so it's soft and sticky. We'll heat up the top of the spoon where we're going to attach the figure. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. Now we have all the parts assembled. Just make sure everything's on there straight. The heat is even. And then we'll carry the finished sculpture to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled over, I imagine, several days. So one of the glass blowers on the far right is putting on some Kevlar clothing. He's going to carry the finished sculpture to our annealing oven. The gloves and jacket are made out of Kevlar. When he grabs the sculpture, it'll be about 1,000 degrees. trying to even it out.
Oh, the whole thing.
Yeah, like the thick parts are hold the heat more. They start harder. The thin parts cool faster. It's just like the ideal thing is to have the whole thing even.
So then when it cools down,
What?
when it cools down in there, it doesn't.
Yeah, they'll
shatter.
hold it there at a uniform temperature for a couple of hours, and then they'll start the downward thing. But when it goes in there, you don't want one part hot and one part cool, because sometimes if like that center section was hot, it might start to bend. So we'll drip a little water on the joint where we want it to break. The water will crack the joint between the sculpture and the metal rod. A little tap, off it comes, and into our annealing oven. So let's have a big hand for Trenton Kyocho and the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team.
Scary. The thing stays so hot inside that bowl too. It's hard to balance the temperature out.
Does anybody have any questions?
I made it roll up. Or you want to throw in the garage?
So our guest artist is Trenton Kyocho. We have a selection of his artwork up on the big screen. So now we have all our design melted into the surface. Gabe is shaping the bubble. Letting this bubble get cold so we can gather over it. We add another layer of clear glass. Just heads up to everybody. It's 20 to 5. The museum closes at 5. If there's anything else you want to do besides the hot shop, if you want to see the exhibits, go to the gift shop. Now would be the time to do it because we will be closing soon. See, our guest artist is packing up. Now Gabe has all the glass he needs. He's going to shape it up on that steel table. He's going to trim a little bit off the end. The woman seated to the left of the workbench, she's the person that's blowing. She blows through that steel tube and plates the glass as Gabe shapes it. Now Gabe is squeezing the glass, making a sharp crease in it. That crease is called the jack line. That's where we'll break the glass away from the metal pipe. I'm going to stretch out the bubble a little bit at the end.
Thanks for emceeing, Walt.
flying at the limousine window.
Driver, keep going.
Trent, remember me?
The ones in your right hand are. Yes. Yes. I don't know whose those are.
We're blowing a little, heating a little spot on the top. We'll pop a little hole in that end. You're going to open up that hole at the end. Make a little neck on the end of the fish trap. We've finished the little neck on the top.
Huh?
Over on the left, on the right, Jack in the white hat is making the punchy. We're going to use that to grab the sculpture from the top so we can shape the bottom. We'll break the glass away from the original metal pipe, leave it stuck to the second one. Take care.
Hello? Can we put up the furnace diagram? No, it's all right. I just want to see.
Video. I didn't know what you were.
No, you're good. So that's what it looks like in there. So behind that door is a pot of molten glass, about 1,000 pounds. So we have 2 of those and then 3 reheating chambers. The reheating chambers we turn off and on. The furnace stays on 24/7. 365. Natural gas, of course, there. Can we play the color video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Well, that concludes the demonstrations for this week. I'm Trenton Kyocho, the guest artist. Thanks for coming in and watching, and thanks to Gabe Feenan and the team for coming down and helping out.